Why not start a couple minutes early? Okay, let's see here. I just paper cut myself? A little bit. Okay. Now let's draw blood at least. I think it's going to be one of those days where it gets distractingly bright and then stops and then starts and stops again. So I'm just going to cover this up real quick. All right. Get rid of those bars a little bit. Hey, how's it going, guys? Nope, not that one. Let's see, we should get something resembling a light source in here. Thank you. Yeah, I like that, how that one turned out. It took a little while of kind of twisting it. Let's see, I should come up with what's a good rendering style for that ponytail. Probably the oh, is it not in here? I thought it would be. Oh, it is. Okay. I'm thinking probably the Gideon hairstyle. From yeah, there we go. In all his neon glory. Oh, where did I put my phone? There we go. Now try and figure out the physics of that. There we go. Okay. Get rid of that. This is gonna have a whole lot of volume to it. Oh, like a panel border? I often don't. In this case, I do because he's going to be just going outside the lines. Because he's going to be yeah. This is the panel border here. He's going to be beyond it to give it that dynamicism. So I'll wait until the figure's done so I don't accidentally create an overlap. Normally I do just, set up the panel first. It's like he's got a mink stole or something attached to the back of his head. It's always interesting the stuff Rob paid attention to and tried to learn how to draw a little bit. Because there's some thought put into this hair, like the ponytail part anyway. This part here, no, not so much. But yeah, like just the movement of it. He draws better ponytails than me by quite a wide margin. Same with pockets. I'm like catching up to Rob on my pocket game. And it's like, okay, so how are you with anatomy? It's like, oh God, no, not that stuff. No. Shouldn't that be maybe more of a focus? I don't know. Yeah, see, this isn't quite right, but I think I'm okay with how it's turning out. Comic pages are too big, are too small? Like you're used to drawing bigger than comic pages? That'd be weird. I have the I do have a problem with, let's see, was this gonna give me the lines? Not at the moment. Good stuff. I do have a problem with scale the other way, in that when the image starts getting kind of big, so drawing on a comic page, yeah, it sometimes gets I sometimes start losing track of how things are going to look in once it's done. You know, yeah, no, this one muscle looks very nice, and then you look at it as part of the whole. It's like, oh, that looks like absolute ass. Yeah, sure. Okay. So I have no advice for, I draw too big. The other way, sure. Yeah. Sorry. I know apparently what Liefeld does for layouts is he draws on fucking Post-its and then blows it up. And actually, I think there's value in that because I mean, it's easy to see everything right there when you're drawing on Post-its. So if you're just getting like the main gestures, the problem is he uses that for pencils too sometimes. Hey, thanks, man. We got to give Byrne here some screen time sometime. I think he's often second build in the opening credits video. So mostly just because his suit looks good. Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. How's everybody's Sunday going? I imagine most of you it's probably in the afternoon, but you know. Ah, yes. I envy you guys. You got a long weekend out of this. I had to work yesterday, so I just get my regular weekend, which is Saturday, Sunday, or sorry, Sunday, Monday. But at least I get a day in lieu. But that'll be too much this week anyway. I should actually finish this before I move on to the next arm. I don't actually color my work usually. I mean, I say usually. I don't think I've ever tried. I don't really know how to use Photoshop for color, and honestly, color is something I don't understand very well. Like, if you were to ask me, what are the colors of these guys' outfits? I'd be like, right? I'd love to know that. Um, I do have a vague idea, mostly based off of like a pinup my brother did of the cover, where he did a color version. I'm like, those colors look all right. I like those. I think I might stick with those. But I think when I do get it published, yeah, no, we're gonna go try for color of some kind, and I'll show him that promo that my brother did and be like, the rest of it, I mean, like, I don't know, what do you want to do? Just gotta fill it in. Solid colors is fine for backgrounds. I don't care. I mean, I tried a little bit of watercolor when I was a teenager. I mean, I obviously didn't do it enough to get any kind of good at it, but it did seem very picky. I think I probably would just do the Photoshop route if we were going to do it, just because, I mean, that way I preserve the original artwork and everything. I suppose there's probably a way to do it so that, I mean, just make like a photocopy or something, but like I don't have access to that kind of copier. I don't think. But it's funny, I was actually talking about this with a couple of the guys in the comments the other day about the colors on on that Uncanny run that I just went through on the revisits, because I like the colors on those, and they're of the other camp that no, they should be more vibrant, they should be more modern, essentially. Like, I honestly do not see it a lot of the time. It's like, are they faded out? Oh, they are, I guess, a little faded out. Yeah, sure. Like, a lot of the time, I on the revisit, if I start talking about color, which does happen occasionally, it's because I forced myself to notice it, where it's like I should talk about something else on this pic. Oh, wait, color. Yes. Oh, wow, look, there's color here. But yeah, for the most part, I do not notice it. I would love to see it, man. I don't know how you're gonna get fucking bubblegum disco out of the number 2 cover with all that fucking black, but like fly out it. I would love to see it. That sounds awesome. That is generally, yes, a good place to go to. Somebody getting shot by a giant fucking laser. You have my approval for that shot, sir. Oh, and now that I got a few of you here, out of curiosity, how many people voted on the poll? Because I'm curious about the kind of person who would vote for Dooms 4. I think we might have one or two here, but I'm not sure. Oh fuck! How do I do this? Sure, maybe. Oh, it's still up. It's on the community page, the community part of my YouTube page for the revisits, because I got kind of like a little bit stuck, where I got through the Uncannies and the next one, which is actually going to be a couple of weeks because it's a 6-parter. And then I'm like, okay, so what next? And there's like a few options, and it's like, well, I could do this, could do that, and I was like, oh shit, why don't I actually do one of those polls? I did that before. That was fun. And one of the options was the Dooms 4 miniseries, and I think 3 people have voted for that, and I can account for 2 at most. Oh, it wasn't you. Okay. All right. So then it almost certainly was Jay, one of them. But man, the other 2, that's a bit of a surprise. So what would you have gone with then? What was my second? I'm gonna guess you probably went Platt. That'd be right. Yeah. Yeah. There were a few Platt votes. The way it's going, it looks like it's going to be Wills. But yeah, I think I'll probably do the Platt one right after then because it looks like, yeah, no, a lot of people wanted to see that. And it is some bonkers shit. That is one of the things, yes, where I'm looking at it like, it's like, oh fuck, don't pick Platt just yet. Give me like, I just need a bit more experience with doing this. but there will never be enough experience for that. So might as well get it out of the way. And then eventually we can do Extreme Prejudice, the next extreme crossover, which has Platt versus Cabot, basically, of Bloodstrike. And it's like this 2-issue fight, which is like the goriest, just most ridiculous, over-the-top thing you've ever heard of. Let's put a bit more black back there. Separate that. But yeah, I'm quite sure Jay voted Dooms 4. I think he's openly requested it before. It's funny because like the one I was thinking of going with was Shadowhawk 2. And it's like, I don't know if anybody actually wants to see that. But the results of the poll are like, no, they don't. Not really. No, are you kidding me? When we got like Portasio X Factor, I'm trying to say the name properly. But we got Portasio X Factor, we got Stephen Platt Prophet, and we've got Rob Liefeld X Force. And if we want shit, we can go Dooms 4. Why would we ever go Shadowhawk? That's like tweener shit. I'm still doing it eventually, but it might be like a month or two from now. It's funny, since the first round of revisits, I've actually watched an interview with Valentino from that comic jerk guy, Uncle Jerk, whatever. And it's like a long interview. It's like 2 hours or something. It's pretty good. And he talks about the early Image days, which is nice. Like they're not just like, oh, like, you know, like, give me some pointers or like, give me what are some aspects of, no, let's talk about, you know, when you started with Image, the shit everybody actually wants to hear about. And I don't know that he actually wanted to go at first, because like, you know, you look at his style and he's not an Image guy in terms of like that super popular extreme look kind of thing. He knows it. So it's like, okay, well, that's a start. He's self-aware. He's much more self-aware than somebody like Rob, although that would not be difficult. And apparently he was pitched by Rob to the other guys as like an experiment. Like if we can get Valentino selling, you know, 700,000 copies, we can use that to pitch other people to come over. Like, look what we did for this guy. Who knows what you're going to be, you know, like that kind of thing. And this is Valentino saying this, so he was fully aware. And apparently Shadowhawk is not, like, he does not like Shadowhawk, but it makes money, you know? I get the feeling like he just wanted to, you know, I don't know. Well, like something like Guardians of the Galaxy, where it's space opera shit, and it's like fun adventures, wasn't going to fly at Image in 1992. I can see that. So if he's like, you know, I got to come up with something appropriate. Wait a minute. How about a vigilante who breaks people's spines? And, you know, like it's dumb, but he's aware that it's dumb. So he's going to, you know, just kind of turn into it, you know. And that's where the self-awareness in the series, I think, comes from. Where everyone else in the series knows that you can't go around breaking people's spines. It doesn't solve anything. You're actually just kind of creating a burden for the state. And yeah, I think, you know, I think if he had a choice, he might do something like Normal Man or something, really, which is fun kind of parody comics that are very cartoony. And honestly, I think that's a style that's he's much more suited to. But I mean, it doesn't matter. He hasn't, I don't think, drawn comics for years anyway. That's not really his thing. So I think everybody who like gives Val a hard time, which I do sometimes too, because like I don't know if you should be here, you know, that kind of thing. He knows. he might agree to an extent, but you know, he was like 40 when Image started. He had a family to look after, and it's like, God damn it, I'm like, I am screwing myself over if I don't take this up. I can't fault a guy for that. Sure, why not? And what's with the Valentino level recently anyway? You've been pushing Valentino hard for like a little while. For digital inking, it's something I've certainly considered. I honestly don't know. I feel like I don't have the time to devote to it to learn it. Because that would take me a little while to get the hang of, and all that time is like you should be drawing, but I mean technically I guess you are at that point, but not for the comic, And there's just that whole internal monologue, like I'm not going to be as good at this as I am with a marker or whatever, right? So naturally, there's just like a natural kind of hesitance. Which, you're just gonna get when, like, I've built up a level of skill with this one tool. I was like, what, you want me to start over with a new tool? I wouldn't do that. But, it would probably make a lot of things easier, including things like fucking lettering and coloring. Wouldn't have all this cool artwork at the end of the day, of course, like in my house. That can be yours for only not just yet. not until I'm famous. I'm not selling shit for $125 or something. Oh wow, thank you, man. I appreciate that. And thanks for stopping by. That's a fucking huge compliment. Man, this stupid fucking thing has like one bristle that's loose. I'm gonna fucking cut it off. That's what I'm gonna do. Grab scissors. If I don't have scissors, I'm not gonna cut it off. Oh, here we go. Ooh. Are those fine enough? Probably not. Say your prayers, loose bristle. Oh, I'm getting multiple. Get the fuck off. I get it. I think I got it. But I created like 5 more. Fuck. That was just a bad idea. I'll get this out of the way. Oh, in case, I don't know if any of you guys saw it I put it up on Tumblr today. This is the next style teething I'm gonna be going for. This is based off of Dale Keown Hulk. So hopefully get that one done this week. That'll be fun. It's funny. I started up and then realized I could blow it up even further than I had, and noticed I was missing all sorts of just minuscule cross hatching I didn't realize was even there. Yep. Yeah, I don't think Keown like introduced the spit string, but he definitely popularized it. Everybody wanted to do the Keown spit string, that and the veins. That's like Dale Keown's big contribution to comics. O2. Do I have an O2? There we go. I have to try and figure out the shading on this hand now. Oh, that's going to be a blast. I got to say, these abs look fucking sick. Just the angle. I dig how those turned out. And it's funny, since I did a little bit of the Keown thing, I'm noticing opportunities to put in Keown lines that I wouldn't have noticed before. I'm not gonna do the spit string, at least on this page, but on a forthcoming page, maybe. All right, how about we actually do this with a little bit of pen? Oh, there you are. Okay, a little bit of penciling. So, yeah, let's have the light coming up from below. Yeah, that makes sense. Why not? It doesn't make sense with this, but like, fuck it. It's on its own plane, really, with how big it is. Mm. How many? It's like, how many parts of that finger are there? Oh, 3, right? Of course, like all the other ones. Okay, I knew that. All right. How about the 03 on this, just for the. See, like this is a Dale Keown aspect hand kind of thing, where you, well, of course, double lighting everything. But yeah, that particular pattern for the back of the hand, I just realized it's a Dale Keown thing as I was doing it. It's funny, I have incorporated so many little style ticks. I'm wondering how many of them conflict with each other. I think overall it's okay because it's the basic underlying style is still mostly mine, but just the little things here and there where it's like, does this hair go with, you know, this hand shading technique? And it's like, I can't tell the difference, but somebody who really knows their shit for drawing might. I am not that guy. I like how that looks. That's all right. I was watching a little bit of Richard Friend's stream on Friday. He does the Three Jerks podcast, which I enjoy quite a bit, actually. And they were talking a bit about Liefeld and about how, you know, at least in his early stuff, I mean his later stuff too, but, you know, at least in his early stuff, he doesn't have any kind of structure. And I piped up. I'm like, yeah, no, there's no process there, you know. And then he kept going on with it. It's like, oh, I don't think I understand structure the same way Richard Friend does. Like he understands structure the way somebody who has like, you know, a process and technique does. I just, yeah, I like shading my shapes, and I think that actually makes me a bit more like Liefeld. He's going right now too. This is his thing now. Is he always goes on Sundays? Like, God damn it! I'd like to watch those. And I'd like for people watching mine to not watch those ones. Okay, I don't know that that's really any kind of lighting that makes sense, but I think I need to wait until that's done and get rid of the pencil, and then I'll have a better idea of how that actually looks. Oh, good call. The Sunday afternoon wars. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yep. I don't think it's going to work quite the same way. Unless Richard Friend wants to buy me out. I'm willing to do that and concede Sundays. I'll just go Mondays or something instead. I don't think that's how a buyout works. let's see here. Trying to incorporate more large black spots, or black shading areas, since that that Wills drawing. Because, you know, I tend to do this where I just shade everything off into oblivion, and it's like, you know, what's actually cooler is like contrast. I mean, it's just my opinion, and I mean, I may change it a couple of weeks from now when I'm doing a Liefeld pastiche. I kind of doubt it, but you never know. But yeah, this is I do enjoy the contrast a bit more. I don't know that that made sense there, actually, that particular shadow. That's okay. Nothing matters. Because this is all like one blast coming at him, right? So theoretically, he should be lit by the blast, plus a little bit of like just ambient lighting and really more overhead and yeah, the blast itself than anything. But there shouldn't really be any stark contrast. But that's not how we're playing this scene. Assuming I'm David, I hope you're right on that one. I kind of doubt it. He's got like a 30-year head start on me. Not for YouTube page at least, but in terms of like time in the business to like build up a bit of a following. But hey, I will certainly take the vote of confidence. Thank you. All right, let's do this fucking like I should probably do this the other way then. I'm still not doing that shoulder technique I should be doing. I think that's how shins work personally. Feel like I should be that guy in the park with the sign, being like, "This is how shins work." Change my mind. God damn it. Let's see here. Where does this freaking thing stop? Somewhere around there, maybe? Sure. Spent too much time rendering this junk. Oh shit, actually, now that I've done that particular pattern, that was kind of similar to the panel border idea I had. I guess we can just like do a regular like, straight ass panel border. I lost my regular ruler, which is the danger of having a clear ruler. Every once in a while, I set it down my ruler might as well be going, all right, see you in 3 weeks, sucker. Nope, you did that backwards, dummy. There we go. It's not the worst hand or anything. It's a bit of a mess if you had to actually try and figure it out, but like, I think that works out okay. Going a bit too far with these panel boards actually, but oh well, that's the magic of image. Is doing dumb things that don't really work too well, but you can argue they're cool. Oh. Now, do we want to do like a blank background on one of these? I don't think it's necessary, looking at it, which means that we do have to have full panel borders. funny. I was on the Uncle Jerk stream last night because he does like 5-hour drawing streams like myself. And I think I made a bit of a faux pas because we were talking about Liefeld a little bit. And I said something along the lines of like, I've never met anybody who could like explain why they liked Liefeld's style, which is true. Now, of course, the part I didn't say of that is that I don't know a lot of people who read comics personally. And I don't know too many people who I have asked that question of, like a few. And yeah, it was like a faux pas, like it felt like all the air got sucked out of the room. It's like, are you serious? It's like, yes, please explain. And he was drawing at the time, so he wasn't able to get into too much detail. But his idea was basically that it was like, I mean, like, well, there was the whole thing is like it was different, and it's like that is not good enough. Like when I was 10, I drew different from how people in professional comics drew. That does not mean it was good. And said like it was, what was the shit? Like it was dangerous or something. And it's like, I don't see that even remotely. But like, because he was doing stuff that you didn't do as a comic artist. And I'm like, that's the reason? Is because like, you know, like if you break the usual rules and it's successful, like it looks good, that's one thing, but that's not the case with Liefeld, I don't think. And yeah, he got onto another topic, and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to shut up about that because apparently it's just like accepted reason that, you know, no, Liefeld is cool. And I think it's one of those things where it's like people can't explain it in a way that's cogent. Like, so that somebody who doesn't like Liefeld would understand it. And like, he's like a self-professed, like not a Liefeld fan. And does not like Liefeld personally, from what I can tell. And is actually, he's a bit of an art guy, as in like, you know, seeing comic books as art. But I don't know, like he had some basic understanding of something that I just do not. Okay, I'll throw in some backgrounds on him later. Are you streaming now too? I don't know if you're still here, actually. Okay, cool. Yeah, my phone just buzzed. And it's like, what's going on? Competition. You fucker. Oh shit, yeah. I should log on to that. So I can see what, yeah, no, actually I can flip back to what you're doing. I appreciate the update in the Oh, I'm not going to get any volume though because my volume turns down, like it turns off when my microphone is plugged in for some reason. Oh, I never posted the person. Oh, well, there it is. I don't think anybody pays attention to it anymore. I don't know, no, no. I'm going to flip back and forth every once in a while. How many typings I have window on the screen? Didn't your kid figure that out for you? Every time I gotta draw the bunny ears, like that's the point. Make them bigger and dumber. Do we think Dutch looked cool back in the day? No. And as for the Monday Night Wars, yes, they were absolutely like the single best time in wrestling, probably, right? So naturally, we want to try and engender that between me and Richard Frank. I don't know if you can do like a one-sided Monday Night Wars, where I feel like that might be a little bit like what happened. WCW was always trying to clown on Vince, and WWE did not bother a lot. Although they did do the whole thing with DX where they like drove a Jeep or something over to WCW head office. I think I was out at that point. I'm not sure. Or not paying attention to that particular storyline. Yeah, I'm not sure if you get that same benefit of the rivalry if one of them is not aware that it exists, but I'm willing to give it a shot. This is a very weird angle. Right in there. Yeah, very close. Is this the disco #2 cover? I see elements. Or maybe it's just more of an overall sensibility. Yes. I mean, that does seem appropriate. This is starting to look like a baby monitor on the side of Truckbuck's head here. Maybe that's apropos. Well, he's got to babysit these idiots in the fucking lab here, so why not? Oh, really? That was quick. Yeah, build up your what's the word? Endurance, I suppose. Cardio. There you go. So you can get those 5-hour streams going like me. And we just like hand off. Something tells me that's not happening in your house. go. There's got to be like a comic equivalent for running the Rocky steps. I feel like shock block is getting thicker with every issue. I'm just going to punch my desk here. Don't mind me. I think that's good for that hand, and I'm not going to fuck it up anymore. That looks all right. Now I'm just being a bit of an asshole putting a cuticle in there. Well, starting to feel the burn in my elbow. So. All right, that's a decent shot block. I feel like he got shortchanged in the last issue. He didn't. I don't think he got a single good shot, really. So, got to try and get a couple in this one. He's not in it for very long, so got to make the ones that he is in count. I'm just gonna grab some crackers real quick, actually, because I feel myself getting hungry. So I can plan out a little bit where I'm going from here. Okay. That's probably fine for him. A little bit. But no, it's more that like my stomach starts making noises, and I'm afraid it's going to start coming through the microphone. I don't think it would. It seems to actually block out noises fairly well, but you know, it's always a concern. Yeah, it's all right. 2, isn't it? That's not going to be too useful. For outlining anyway. Let's see. How am I working this out? Sure. Suppose that's all fine. It's not exactly particularly Jim Lee-ish or anything, but you know, it's kind of tough with these smaller figures. Unless I want to actually go looking for like a reference or something, and I don't think I do. Yeah, looks all right. Should be able to get a few shots from the season 3 opening credits when that comes up from this particular sequence. Oh, don't forget the ponytail. Is it hair? Is it a tail? Will we ever know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty good. I should get the 2 and 3 page double page spread thingy for ceiling reference. This good stuff is not good at staying on the page. Okay, just a second. There they go. Just put them on either side here. I feel like it's a bad thing when I get close to my lamp here and I can smell my light bulb. I don't think that should be the case. Okay. I think I'm going to stay away from the brush pen for the backgrounds. That did kind of make everything. It felt like it made everything kind of blend together in the last one. Mm-hmm. Sure. And of course, they also act a bit as speed lines. That's fun. Except I have to kind of break them up a little bit to put in the panels, but oh well. Oh, how does this line go? That theoretically should be that line. Where's my pencil? Nope, not gonna be. Oh boy. Okay, so don't do it right up to that line then. Yeah, I don't mind that. That looks all right. I don't know if you guys can even see those lines, but here, I'll make them clearer in a second here. Now I just got to decide which are lights. I think it's these ones. That one, yeah. Not that one. Holy shit, dude. Swear to God. Almost did it again. Okay, no for you. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's the ponytail, right. So this is the panel here. I guess this is kind of the benefit of doing pencils, eh? I guess we'll never know for sure. Okay, I'll get rid of this bullshit here for in a second here, and then we'll have a clearer idea of what that should look like. There we go. I think this is still like the second one of these I've ever opened, and it's still going. That's pretty good considering how much I've whited out over the last like year or so. I'm pretty sure I've got a backup still too. So those things last as long as you don't like, completely decide, okay, no, I think this panel, I did ink it black, but I was incorrect. It should be all white. Maybe don't do that. And don't erase the whiteout because that will ruin your fucking page. Oh, I did it there too. You motherfucker. The amount of times I end up accidentally sabotaging my whole thing. It's pretty often. Did I do it there too? A little bit, didn't I? Unless it's pencil. Oh, it is pencil. Okay, that's loud. Hey, how's it going, man? So we're well into faking some ceiling backgrounds here. You know what? I think the 03 would work better for this. It takes a bit more room. Hey, thanks, man. Good to see you. Yeah, I seem to be having at least a bit of luck with the faking the ceiling backgrounds. I don't know how much it worked in the last spread, really, to be honest, but this angle looks okay, at least at first glance. Me? Dude, I do that in the rendering. Yeah, no, there will not be no. I think you saw those the John Byrne what do they call it? X-Men: The Lost Years, I think. I know, I remember telling you about it. And if you saw those things, I don't know if I think he does it on the page where he grids out everything, like regardless of whether or not he needs a grid. It feels like sometimes. It's like, man, that is so admirable, and I could never ever do it. I wish I could. That would like make a lot of things a lot easier. It's fucking nuts. It would go against the spirit of image, yeah. Although, I mean, Todd grids his shit out. I'm sure Jim Lee does. It just goes against the spirit of Liefeld. Actually, Valentino maybe a little bit too. I don't know if he bothers. And if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about with the John Byrne Lost Years thing, that's just something we found out about like a year ago, maybe, or maybe a little less. I don't remember. Where apparently John Byrne just comics now, or I don't know if he still does it. He did a whole ton anyway, because at the end of his run on X-Men, the first one, the Dark Phoenix saga, the original ending was that Dark Phoenix wasn't supposed to die, or Jean Grey wasn't anyway. She's supposed to have to, like live with it and learn to move on, that kind of thing. And the editor-in-chief, Jim Shooter, I believe, or at least the editor for X-Men, was like, no, she has to like pay for that because she killed like a world. It's like, oh, okay. And I guess John Byrne disagrees. So he made a whole bunch of comics basically starting from that point where Jean Grey turns back into Jean Grey. She doesn't have the Phoenix anymore, I guess. I don't remember exactly how that worked. And just doing some X-Men adventures from there. And I believe at least a good chunk of it is stuff that him and Claremont planned out beforehand. And he's just drawn a bunch, and the reason he can draw a bunch of X-Men comics without selling, without publishing, going through Marvel, is because he doesn't take money for them. He just draws them in pencil and then posts them. And yeah, I got to think there's at least a little bit there that's like, yeah, fuck you, Marvel. And apparently Marvel has approached him about publishing them. And he's like, no, get fucked. Yes. Yeah, fanfic by the actual creator is a good way to put it. Where it's like, I'm not being paid for this, but this is how it should have gone. And I love that he did it. And being able to see his process, because like I said, it's just the pencils. He doesn't do the inks. Is a little mind-blowing, because yeah, he grids out every single thing when he's doing backgrounds. Oh, and one thing I was asking before, I was curious what if you saw the poll that I had going up and what you vote, because there was an option for Dooms 4 on there that somehow got 3 votes, and I think one of them might have been you. I just want to confirm. I figured the other one, at least one of the other ones, would have been Eric, but he says nay. You went plat too. They were, oh my God. Because I remember you asking about Dooms 4 as well. Yeah, Eric went for plat as well. Yeah, because I remember you saying something about the Dooms 4 revisit, being like, he did that shit. I know he did. No, it's other. Wow. Okay. So I was saying I was originally, it was kind of a toss up for me between X Factor, the Will Sportatio X Factor, and Shadowhawk, actually. You know, I feel like nobody really wants to see the Shadowhawk revisits apart from me. I like going over them. And I know for a fact that in Shadowhawk 2, the liquefier makes a return. So, but yeah, no, and then it's like, again, had difficulty figuring out which one to go with. And like, you know what, actually, the poll thing was fun last time. Why don't we do that again? And throw out a couple other options. That X-Force one, I will definitely do at some point. If for no other reason than I desperately want to go over X-Force number 5, which is credited to Rob Liefeld and actually drawn by Merritt Michaels and Brian Murray. And Chris, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm curious what you voted for too, to be honest. If you saw the poll there. Because I would like to kind of, here, hang on, I'll actually come back to the microphone in a second here. If it's close, I would like to skew it in the direction of, you know, you guys who show up on the live streams. I figure that's fair. Oh, good. Richard Friend is done. That's helpful. I think right now X Factor has a pretty wide margin, but oh, you haven't even okay. See, I just assume it'd be like the regulars who vote on this, but not, apparently not. I'm, you know, I know I get the feeling you guys would watch any of them, so I very much appreciate that. No, those are all like genuine ideas. Like, I mean, the Dooms 4 one is one I've been thinking about for a while, and it's like, no, it's not the right time. It's not the right time, and it keeps getting pushed back because like there's stuff I want to do more. Like this Uncanny run in particular is one that I've been thinking about for a while. It was one of the first ones I did, actually. It might have been the first one I did, and I never put it up because I didn't know what to say about it at the time. I hadn't actually been through a bunch of these yet. So like it was just, I'd flip the page and go, that looks awesome. And like variations on that. And try to describe it and not really have a lot of the words. It was like 40 minutes long. And it was just me like, going page to page going, this is great. I think this is going on. I think, not, yeah. So I'm like, okay, I'll put that off until I'm better at this. And I think it turned out much better this time around. Let's just do that. All right, cool. It seems like X Factor is going to be the next one, but if that is still kind of open season, and I've got some things actually coming in the mail, and I want to address as well. That I'm going to be kind of slipping in between those. So that's basically like a glimpse at what's going to be on the schedule for the next, I don't know, like 2-3 months, interspersed with other shit. Wolverine's Hulk comic. Oh, which like his first appearance? Oh, Versus. I'm not sure what that is. I mean, I know about his first appearance, and then there's the McFarlane one, which I don't think I can get because that is just too goddamn pricey. Like I'm starting to get into the ones that are like, I'm starting to look at the ones that are like 10 or 15 bucks and be like, I really kind of need this. And I want to talk about this particular run, but I'm going to have to get this $15 book in order to do it. It's not something I want to do very often because that racks up my orders pretty heavily, pretty quick. I've never read that particular comic either. What would that be in like the late 200s, right? Oh wait, I'm Incredible Hulk. Why am I looking at Spider-Man? That's fucking stupid. Here's McFarlane. That's why. I would have to be between 300 and 350, I would think. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the cheapest one of those I can see is $110. That's just not happening. Unless they did a... Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, like I like to get the actual issues in if I can. And yeah, that's so much friggin' money on one book. It's like I can't justify that. Unless they have a facsimile, which they might. But that's gonna take some searching. Let's get some cyber zerk in here. Yeah, but I got some stuff coming in the mail that ought to be pretty good. I've been thinking about doing Valiant for a long time. So if you got to go there, and I figure you got to start with Magnus. So I've got the first one, and I've got actually 2 through 4 coming in the mail now, because that's its own storyline. And I figure for a storyline driven comic, probably best to get that entire thing. I kind of wanted to get one of the old Russ Manning Magnuses as well, but I don't know what I'd do with it. I don't even know how to talk about that kind of comic. But yeah, so I guess that's and that'll show up with I mean probably in like 2 weeks, because that's how long shit takes to get here from the States anyway. It's usually a bit better when ordering in Canada. But yeah, and I checked on Friday and like, ordered it like a week ago, I think. And it spent all week at the UPS station waiting to be sent out, as far as I can tell. I'm gonna do the diamond feed, right? So yeah, the immediate plan looks like the one that's coming up in the next week, followed by X Factor, probably, because I'll take that poll down at the end of the day. So yeah, X Factor 65 through 68, and then Magnus 1 to 4, and then Prophet, I think. Yeah, the problem is I don't know anything about him either. Not really. Like I know a bit about the old EC stuff, but like I don't know if I like busting out trades, which is the only affordable way to look through that stuff. I can get a facsimile or two. but there's no way I'm going to get a sustained run or anything. I guess theoretically you would want to get at least one of each one, which I might be able to do in a facsimile format. So that's an idea. And Judge Dredd again, like I guess you can look through the old, what I think they call them progs, or maybe that's just Frenchy. Yeah, you can look through the old ones, but I don't know how much they cost. I wouldn't know which ones to do. I guess there's the, like, do they do like short form, like miniseries kind of things, like 4 issues here, 3 issues there? I have no idea. I know there's like the Cursed Earth Saga, you know. But that's one that, I mean, started up so long ago and came out monthly for like decades and built up a mythos over the years. I don't know if you can do that in like, okay, here's 4 comics. You can do like the first 4, I guess. Again, if you do trades. It's tough. One of the reasons the image books work so well is because they printed so fucking many of them. They're actually still cheap. Except for Spawn #1. Which I still don't have a copy of, and which I think is incorrect. They should be giving me a copy of that for $250. Yeah, I think I have one issue of Dread, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, and again, was like a stocking stuffer kind of thing from somebody who knew I was into comics, and so picked up something at like a thrift store or a dollar store or whatever. And it's Judge Dredd, so it's probably like part 17 of 86. I appreciate the thought, though. One thing I could go over at some point, because I have it, is Batman versus Judge Dredd. I don't know how Dredd that is. I don't think very. I mean, obviously it's not canon. I think it is written by Alan Grant. Oh wait, no, John Wagner. I don't know. One of those guys. But like one of the legit Dredd guys. And of course drawn by Bisley. So that would definitely be worth going over at some point. Well, the next one is X Factor. So that's 91 Marvel. So we're not getting decent colors next week. Well, not next week. Next week is Spider-Man, like adjectiveless Spider-Man, 18 through 23. So that's the Eric Larson Revenge of the Sinister Six run, which actually does have, I think they had upgraded their coloring for that one. But yeah, no, if you want to continue the color debate, man, I'm down. I know. I look at those old, yeah, they do kind of faded, the uncannies, but I feel like that adds their charm for me. And even that Revenge of the Sinister Six run, like, it is more vibrant, but it's since it's largely flat colors, it just seems more comics to me. And again, I think that's era bias. You know, getting in, starting out to that year or two before Image came in, that I feel like that set a precedent for me. And like I would say the first year of Image, it looked pretty great on all the optics. Not so much Digital Chameleon, where it kind of looks like Valiant sometimes with that watercolory look. But yeah, that first couple of years looked fine, and then they just went nuts with it. And then artists, and like, oh look, we can do. I guess I am continuing the debate. Sorry, man. Yeah, because they were able to do like shading essentially in comics, and they started doing it to highlight things. Pencilers started going, oh, or inkers, I guess, or combination of the two. Started going, cool. I don't have to do as much. I'm gonna do a little bit less detail and a little bit less detail. Like that first wave of computer colors, I think looked great. Like the Image, the Wildstorm Deathmate, Deathmate Black. Colors in that look amazing. But there's still the regular level of detail too. I think that's one of the reasons I like that. And so often you get people just like going, nah, colorists can do it. I mean, that's like Rob Liefeld's whole fucking shtick now. I don't think he's shaded anything for like 10 years. Not that that's, proof of a failing industry or anything. Or, like the state of comics, that's just Liefeld. That's always Liefeld. He's going to find ways to do shortcuts. Ew. And then, so if we're doing Revenge of the Sinister Six, which has decent colors, followed by X Factor, which doesn't probably, followed by Magnus, which really doesn't. So you're gonna have to put up with some shit for a while. Followed by Prophet, which has computer colors again. I don't know how great they are, but I haven't gone over them too much yet. But yeah, it's gonna be tough getting over the image bias, I think, for Magnus. That's one of the reasons it'll be interesting to do that, because you got to look at a completely different way of evaluating it. Never leaving your work for the colors. Yes, absolutely, I agree. being said, Todd left his work to sell toys decades ago. So, but and I would be curious to see how Spawn holds up on that. I mean, that may be something that he said 30 years ago. I don't know. And just after a while, it's okay. We just got to get these books out. But I definitely agree with the sentiment. And I don't see a lot of evidence of it in comics these days. And I mean, which is understandable because I mean, we're looking at, I mean, like even like 25-year vets of the industry have come up the entire way with digital coloring. So they're going to be, working in that system and have those prejudices, right? Trying to think of who wouldn't these days. Larson, maybe it, and he uses digital coloring. I mean, they all do, obviously, but he does at least put in detail. It's just so freaking sloppy these days. I don't know why, because it doesn't seem like he's keeping a schedule anymore. But maybe it's just habit now. Oh, the Todd toys? Yeah. I had a few over the years. I remember back in the day I still have Pumpkinhead, the Pumpkinhead figure. I've actually got it like right here. It was probably really fucking dusty, but I'm going to get it out. Let's fuck it. Yep. That is a great toy, or posable statue, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I also had Samurai Spawn, I guess, which was like Pumpkinhead was a movie I watched a bunch when I was a kid. Samurai Spawn was not, but it was like the coolest looking thing I'd ever seen, I think, at that point in toy form. And he had like the katana and the nodachi. And just, yeah, that thing was fucking great. I don't think I have it anymore. I might somewhere. That might be one thing I kind of prioritized a bit. Ooh, nice lines. And of course, I've had a couple of hockey figures over the years as well. So I try not to bitch too hard about Todd making toys because I've paid for a few in my day. Really? You kept them sealed, eh? See, I can't go in on that. Because I'm not, what am I going to do? I'm going to sell it? Have to deal with eBay shit? No, thank you. I'd much rather just open it up and pose it and then forget I have it after like 2 months. It's like I didn't keep bags and boards for years either. And that was in large part because of meeting Dave Sim at a signing once at the Silver Snail. And if Jay's still here, he'll remember that one. And I brought a bunch out from the like first, I want to say from like somewhere in like 10 to 20 range for service. And they were, of course, in bags and boards. And he was like, if I fuck these up, you'll probably like be pissed at me. And I'm like, okay, like with those ones, I can see bagging them up because like they're old comics at that point and getting to be in rough shape. But I was like, why do I bag these things up? I'm not going to sell them. You got the home office display. That's cool. Well, cool might not be the word, but I respect it. I'm fine with that. Hey, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Oh, the Star Wars figures. I assume the original stuff. Although, I mean, these days, Christ, there'd be so many of those. Holy fuck. I still love the original Star Wars toys personally. Those were ones that I always wanted as a kid and never got the good ones because, like, I feel like my mom went to the toy store when she would get those for me or whoever, and they wouldn't know which ones to get because they don't know Star Wars. Or the good ones were all cleaned out. So I never had like a Darth Vader or a Chewbacca or even a 3PO. I didn't have no 3PO, no Han Solo. I did have like, I didn't even have a stormtrooper. I don't think we did have like Imperial officer. I think we had a couple of him actually. Jabba, so that was all right. No Rancor, but that's a separate playset. I remember going over to friends' houses and like, you go to their basement and they're just all over the floor. I was, like 9 or 10 or whatever, right? And some fucking friend of mine had like AT-ATs and like all the Hoth Rebel base shit, and whatever was somewhat new at the time. Well, no, it wouldn't have been new because when Empire came out, I was like 3. But like yeah, I'm thinking about that now. Remember, he had like the Cobra Command base, the Terrordrome, too. Like, man, that kid had some fucking shit. We had like 70 He-Man figures, so that was okay. But Some battle damage. Okay. That sounds like you just fucked up your toys, man. I do recall that again with the He-Man figures, where you spin the thing on their chest and yeah, oh shit, battle damage. And then worse battle damage. Yeah, they had some dumb stuff. I mean, didn't matter. Just, so long as you get the kids to buy it. So set all your commercials on the side of a volcano, Oh, for Christ's sake. Yeah, no, it does sound like you just kind of fucked up your toys then, yeah. I think in canon, this is not how battle damage would work. They wouldn't actually be like holes in my body. Maybe for like a second. And then we're talking organs and shit, but I feel like that should be colored in. There we go. That guy's fucking pecs are gonna just pop right off his chest. That's his last ditch attack. I'm sure that's a toy somewhere where you push the button on his back and his pecs just fly off at somebody. It feels like a real Ghostbusters kind of thing. They do that shit. I like how in this one I'm completely ignoring this as a light source for Cyber Zerk here. Maybe not completely, but like mostly. It's like, no. I feel like it would interfere with his coolness, so we're not doing that in this one. Again, that hand looks all right. I feel like I'm getting better at those. Open hands, not so much. That one's like okay, but But no, I'm getting better at drawing fists, I think, which is, I mean, I'll take that over an open hand any day when drawing image type comics. Of course, yes. And reflects light differently as well. Oh, we're over 3 hours. Didn't think we were already there. That's cool. Trying to think how long this goes. The sequence, I think like 7, up to page 7, around there. Because there's not as much, there's not a big action scene in this one. This is like, although I guess 7 pages devoted to a brawl in a lab. That's kind of big. But there's no central action set piece. So we want to stretch out the ones we do have a little bit. And yes, of course, I did say ones plural. see too well there. Of course. Anything can be explained away if you're determined enough. No, 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 no. I mean, I made this world. You know, I never said at the beginning that that physics works the same here as it does in the real world. There's no disclaimers. You know, if you want to think that, that's fine. But you know, I may choose to disagree with you. That is super thick. That does not need to be that thick. Let's do that and then do yoink. Keeping these things in proportion is also a little difficult sometimes. Sure. Nope. This way, please. Thank you. I don't know that these really match up too well. Some of them I think actually definitely do not, but oh well. That's the plan. Yeah. Now I gotta render it at least. I gotta do the coils. And then I'll see what it looks like after that. I think it's going to be a little difficult to figure out what I'm doing somewhere in here. Maybe like that. Sure. And that fixes everything. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Yeah, sometimes it works to improvise when I'm inking, and sometimes it doesn't. And the only real solution is bunches of whiteout. Mm. All right. I don't think it was as much of a mess as I thought it was going to be. I should leave this one blank, like a rogue stripe. That probably wouldn't be a bad idea, you know? Not just yet, I think. Not in this issue. And like, honestly, I don't know that he pops up over the next few issues. But at the very least, he could do like a hair whip, right? I don't know that I want to do them as like, you know, they're actually all lasers. Like I had a minute of him. I had a moment of him of thinking of him like using one as a laser to cut himself out of jail. But it's like, no, that looks like a like even in my head, it's like, no, that's a penis. He can't do that. He's peeing the lock open. Nuh-uh. Sorry if I grossed everybody out there, but you know. Yeah, do the John Carpenter The Thing. That would work. Okay, let's get a little bit of differentiation in here. See, that's the thing, you know, like if he's got laser penis hair, then why isn't he using it right now? Why does he keep using the staff? The staff is much more unwieldy. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And we're all about making sense here. Holy shit, this one goes on forever. I think in one of the last ones I decided I didn't put enough hair on him. And I kind of overcompensated now for that. Shake out the wrist. Did they do that with Conan, where he uses hair as arrows? I guess probably somebody else. I'm trying to think of the last time I watched a Conan movie, if we're talking the movies. I think it would have been the 80s. That sounds vaguely familiar. Although I might be thinking of the G.I. Joe movie. Okay. Maybe I should rewatch one of those. I'm not for sure. Was that in the first one or the second one? Because I remember hearing, I think I've heard that the first one is still good and rewatchable. And the second one, like, eh. Yes. Okay, good. And I take it that's the one that ends with somebody turning into a gorilla in a red cape in a mirror thing. I believe it was, isn't that James Earl Jones? Is that Thulsa Doom? I think I remember like that kind of freaking me out, but not enough to turn it off. And oh yes. Oh, was it? Okay, so that is the second one. That's like the only thing I remember. That, and like I've looked up the clip of Arnie being like, hear the lamentation of the women, all that shit. All right. Well, I will check out Conan the Barbarian at some point because I think that's Conan the Destroyer is the second one, right? And I like, and just to point, I do like the idea of the one strand of hair crawling away to rebuild itself. I have no plans to kill Cyberzerk, which I may want to rethink because that hair is such a bitch to draw. But I do actually have some plans for him to pop up like later in the series, maybe once or twice, because I kind of want this to be a Spider-Man style rogues gallery to an extent. Like, yeah, a lot of them are going to die in their first go around, but I want some of them to return. Was it not supposed to be a gorilla? I remember this is like 30-year-old memories too. I probably watched it in like 1987, 1988. And I was like 10. I'm not even sure I was aware there was a Red Sonja movie though. I feel like I should do some Walt Simonson lines here. Probably breaking my ruler if I want to do Walt Simonson. Actually, thinking about it. See, now I want to look that up and see if it was supposed to be a gorilla. It was always a gorilla in my head, and I thought I'd seen stuff since that kind of reinforced that. Although, again, maybe I just kind of glanced at that. Okay, I got to look it up now. Okay, that does kind of look like a gorilla. A little bit. if you were trying to make like a gorilla monster. But yeah, I can kind of see reptile too. Yeah, I don't know what it's supposed to be. Just monster. General monster. Nice. Swerve it. This up just a little bit because it's kind of off the stream there. That actually looks kind of sick. Really? Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I again, I've heard it's good, and I'm pretty sure I've watched it, but like I can't remember a goddamn thing about the first one. I won't do full speed lines back here. We'll do some, and then we'll do a bit of tech in the background. Kind of hybrid it. Oh yeah, there was a new one. I wasn't sure if it was Momoa who was in that one, because I remember at the time I didn't know who the guy was. I'm like, surely you would have known who that was by that point. Apparently not. Yeah, I had no interest in watching that at all. So I'm right there with you. Yeah. I mean, he does have some charisma. I feel like not as much as he thinks he does, but that's me. I've got anti Momoa issues. Yeah. Oh well. I mean, there's good Conan stuff out there. It's not like you need to watch everything, right? It's like there's so many good Conan. There's so many good Conan comics. It's like, it's okay if there's only like the one good movie. But like between Barry Windsor Smith, John Buscema just drew Conan comics forever, and they're all awesome. And there's still good ones that come out. Gerard, is it Gerard? I think Zaffino had a couple issues that look fucking spectacular. I feel like as long as you're getting Marvel Conan comics, you're in good hands usually. I think he was fine as Drogo. He wasn't there for very long, right? I mean, he's not there very long in the book either, so that would make sense. I was okay with him in that. I don't like him as Aquaman. Not like, not my Aquaman, but I just feel like he's too high profile in that. And I don't like the character he gave him, like he's, The Rock or something. I don't know. I have a few copies of Conan Saga, which are reprints of the Buscema. I actually also have the Barry Windsor Smith Red Nails trade, or it's not quite a trade; it's more like just an oversized edition. So we could do some of that actually, maybe eventually. Yeah, but like that'd be an interesting one. It'd be just to compare different different Conans. Like you got like, yeah, do a Windsor Smith issue, do a Buscema issue. I kind of want to do. I probably want to do a couple in the Buscema one, because you can also get some Neil Adams in there. Because Neil Adams did a couple, or at least one Conan that I have, and it looks friggin' amazing. It's just some of the best looking shit you'll ever see. And what's the new Conan series? That's the most recent one I know about is the Esad Ribic one. There's probably more new ones since then, actually, thinking about it. Okay. That sounds worth looking into. And yeah, there's a few I wouldn't mind checking out. I could see doing that. I would need a couple more different examples, I think, because as is, I just have that one, the Red Nails thing, and I don't think I'd want to just do 3 on the Buscema Conan sagas, because I mean, like I said, those are reprints and stuff. And if we're gonna do that, then I might as well, I don't know, just get different examples as well. And there are so many examples, that would be nice. But I will check out that Titan Comics thing, though, definitely. And the Lobo movie thing, I don't know. I don't know that Lobo needs to be a character. And I don't know. I don't know if they'll do it properly. Like, first of all, Lobo should be like 9 feet tall. Is he going to be 9 feet tall? Because if not, then we've got, a problem from square one, in my opinion. I mean, I think the bit I saw was from a TV show where they tried to do a Lobo. And I'm sure you're probably familiar with what I'm talking about. And it's like, no. Thank you for your contribution, but no. Where it's just a guy in face paint smoking a cigar. It's like, no, sorry. You got to go at least partially CG with Lobo. Whether it's the hair or I don't even know. This thing, he shouldn't look entirely human. Because the ultimate version of Lobo is the Bisley Lobo, right? That's not a human. It's if you made him a CG villain, I think that would work. If he's like, and I'm talking like 2008 CG, like fucking Van Helsing movie, where you get like big cartoon Mr. Hyde hopping around. That would work, I think. Yes. That I would like that. If he's like a Deadpool counterpart, like the DC version of Deadpool, only even more gore, and just, yeah, more action, maybe less focus even on being cool. That would be okay. I would be all right with that. But I feel like if, well, I mean, I guess, like they can do like what they did with Thanos, where it's, guy in a ping pong ball suit, and then they make sure that his face is the face on there. That would be okay. I would be okay with that. I looked over at just the right time. Who was Lobo? uh, I know. There's no, I mean, if you know the other stuff, there's no way you don't know who Lobo is. Yeah, and I don't know what they've been doing with him really since like 1993. You know who else did a good Lobo actually? Um, shit, do I know the name? Is it Doug Monk? Monk, who did the that stupid Bastich one shot? I think he might be holding out for a while. The Rob movies aren't exactly doing too well, from what I understand. But yeah, the Hitman Lobo crossover one shot is amazing. And I may get that. I think it's like $12 right now. There's like one copy available. I'm thinking about it. Because Hitman is one thing I would like to cover at some point as well. I think that's not too bad, I guess. Oh. Oh. An ironically cool Rob. I don't know if the world is ready. I don't know if I'm ready. I feel like it has to be after he's dead before that happens, because like, you know he's just gonna get on Twitter and fuck it up if he gets popular. And yeah. I will say, if of any of the Rob properties, Blood Wolf probably has the best shot, but nah. See, because because Lobo is for real and is going to get into theaters. Once that's in the theaters, you can't do Blood Wolf anymore. Yeah, it's a shame, because nothing else of his is going to work. I was talking to Uncle. I was on the Jerk. What was it? Uncle Jerk live stream last night, and he was talking about that. How Rob sold off all of his properties like 10, 15 years ago. Because he was trying, well, not some he sold off, like Brigade in that, for several $100,000, I think it was. Which is a bit of a travesty. But some of them he lost. Like he lost the rights to. I don't mean like, he misplaced them. I mean like he invested them in trying to get a movie made. And apparently something fell through and he didn't have the rights paperwork completed properly or submitted or something. Something was wrong about the rights paperwork. So when the movie fell through, the investors or whatever ended up with the rights for Youngblood or something that Rob didn't want to let go of. And yeah, he ended up actually he like doesn't own most of his characters anymore, which is like holy shit. Darker Image #2, sure, maybe I'll do it. Nah, you could never see, because the thing about Darker Image isn't the comic, it's the hype. And you can never reproduce that hype. Because part of it is lack of information. We didn't know what the fuck Darker Image was. You just had to go off the title, right? So you had you knew Sam Keith was doing something fucking weird. You knew Rob was doing something instead of doing Youngblood #4. And you knew Jim Lee had this weird new style, and that was it. And I wonder how much of the hype was because of the Wizard ad. It wasn't even the cover. I thought it was the cover. That that one shot of Deathblow, and it's like he's looking kind of yellowish, and the colors really look nice. It's very nicely, and it's that weird style, and it's just very different from everything else they were doing at the time. Let's get another 3 in here. I don't think Sam Keith wants the Max to be in anything anymore. Again, this is something I've been hearing from Uncle Jerk, who did a ridiculously long. Like, if you want to know every single fucking thing about the Max, there is on Uncle Jerk's YouTube page. There's like an 8-part documentary or something, or maybe it's 6, about Sam Keith and the Max, because he loves Sam Keith and the Max. He actually he's like dyslexic, and that actually helped him learn how to read, because he really wanted to read that fucking show or that fucking series. And Yeah, and if you've read anything with Sam Keith, he's very self-effacing and very self-deprecating, and it's not like a humble thing. It's like he thinks his stuff isn't good and doesn't understand why people like it. And he's actually out of comics now and apparently has no interest in getting back in it, which is a real shame. Although he did do that Batman thing a little while ago, right? So maybe he'll do like something every once in a while for money. I'm not sure, but he doesn't seem to like to actually do a whole lot. And it sounds like he licenses the Max to things that will never turn into anything so that he can get the licensing money and not have to worry about it being actually out there in the world. It is. And like so many people think Sam Keith's shit is fucking awesome. I'm not like a devoted Sam Keith fan, but I definitely enjoy his stuff. There's some incredible stuff in there. But there's lots of guys who like Sam Keith is their guy. And yeah, it just like part of it seems to be the self-deprecating thing from I don't think he went over it in detail because I'm not sure how much he knows. I'm not sure how much he can say. But part of the documentary series, I think I'm done this page. Just about. Sorry. Well, yeah, maybe. Like I can add stuff, but like I don't know if it's necessary. You can have like a not super involved page, and there's like all sorts of shit going on here. Fuck, what was that? Like 4 hours? That was 4 hours flat. Anyway, what was I saying? Apparently there was some sort of legal proceedings where he ended up getting sued over something. There was also the Max cartoon ended up being kind of a mess because of rights issues, like specifically how they had crossovers in a couple of issues. Like if you remember, there was like 2 issues where Pitt showed up and 1 issue where Mako from the Savage Dragon universe shows up. And that turned into a real problem when they were having to do the cartoon because they couldn't get the licensing rights for those 2 characters at the time. So they had to come up with something different. But no, apparently somebody sued Sam Keith at one point, I think. Like I said, it was very vague in the thing. And it really soured him on, I think, working with the Max, like doing the Max thing. And just kind of people in general. Like he got to the point where he was feeling like everybody had their hand out to him. Everybody had a hidden agenda when they were trying to get a hold of him. Even if like, they're just like, dude, we love your stuff and we want to give you work, or, like something along those lines. It seems like, yeah, he's not feeling it. Which is a real drag. Hey, thank you, man. I'm like, there's not enough detail on this page, but like, no, there's enough. I think I can put in a bit more, but I want to be careful not to go overboard, I think. Maybe, yeah, like just like a little bit more in this ceiling because it is a little sparse, but that's okay. And I didn't use any of the brush pen. That might actually help flesh it out a little bit. Yes, exactly. Dude, you're killing me. Who is the Max? Yeah, I think I'm kind of in the same boat with you, appreciating Keith Start more today than back in the Max days. I liked a fair bit of it, but when he got more cartoony, he usually lost me. That's, I mean, partially that's just kind of my deal, where I tend to, my eyes tend to glaze over when things get metaphorical, which they do a lot in the Max, obviously. So that's, you will never see a Max revisit. I'll just say up front now. So sorry if you guys were hoping, but because I can't speak. I'm not in the world, and a big part of being in that world is knowing about like the message boards, because that was a big part of it back in the day, from what I understand. And yeah, knowing what's going on with the metaphor, and it's not something I can really pick up a lot of the time. But shit, was I saying anything else? I'm not sure. Yeah, so unfortunately, we're not going to see a whole lot of more Max stuff or Sam Keith stuff, really. I think if we get any more comic stuff out of him at all, you just got to be like, oh, thank God. Cool, we got this one thing. There is that Batman Joker thing, which I think is a couple of years old. That looks amazing, and I don't think I can get it because it's already like stupid expensive. Oh, I can't remember what it was called. And I can't look up Batman. It's like option 1 through 800. Is it? Oh, I think the Deadly Duo is the Silvestri thing. It is too. I don't even know where to look. But I mean, that looks fucking sick. The scratch run. I don't know what that is. One thing I would like to pick up is the I think it's Blood Hungry storyline in Marvel Comics Presents. I think I can get most of that, where he's where Peter David's writing and Sam Keith is doing weird ass fucking trippy Wolverine shit. I had an issue or two of that back in the day, and I still do, actually, or I do again, rather. And the thing is fucking wild. I always enjoyed that, even if I didn't know what was going on back then. Yo, what? Sam Keith werewolf? I beg your pardon. Yeah, look that shit up. Scratch DC 2004? 1 to 5? Yeah, that looks like it. Shit. That is not expensive either. Holy shit. That looks amazing. All right, I might get me some of that. Yeah. But yeah, the Blood Hungry storyline, that was the one with Cyber, which looked amazing, and there's all sorts of like hallucinogenic stuff from Wolverine's standpoint, and it's just wild looking. And Peter David packs in so much to those pages as well, like in terms of the script, and Sam Keith keeps up. Just touch this up a little bit. But yeah, as soon as you say monster stuff, I'm like, what? What? The Sam Keith monster. What? One thing that bugs me, apparently, Mark Teixeira, which is how you pronounce that, from what I understand. Those eyes look okay. Never did horror comics. let me try that again. Never did horror comics. I can't pronounce that word. I try not to say it too often because it gets some people confused. Yeah, I did the Ghost Rider revisit a while back. Well, like a long time ago now, actually. And I hypothesized that has he done some horror comics, because like he should, and it seems like he never really did, and I don't understand why. His style would be amazing for it. Yes, I think there's like an Oscar Mayer Wiener mobile or something along those lines. I can't remember now. I haven't checked it out in a little while. I did read through it a little while back. But yeah, no, I'm like you like Ghost Rider is a horror comic when Mark Teixeira is drawing it. It's nasty, you know, and it's just like dirty, and fucking Blackout is terrifying in that. Is it Blackout? I think it is. Yeah. And yeah, like there's the issue with the cannibal cult that is again unsettling and gross looking. And yeah, no, I wish he'd do something like that. I don't even know what he does these days. But he's too busy drawing like Union and stuff. Apparently, he's a weird kind of artsy guy. So maybe he's just not feeling it. I don't know. But no, I definitely wish he'd do something like with a vampire or werewolf or something along those, like some kind of big monster, and preferably like a recognizable monster, just for me. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it. I think I might be done. I think if I add too much more, I'm gonna start fucking it up. So I'm yeah. I mean, I can try and. The problem with I've got the Dale Keown thing I'm working on, which is hard in the Dale Keown style. I don't know if I can really do that right now though, because I've got I'd have to have the images on my computer. I can do a bit of it. There we go. I'm just gonna have to come back and forth to actually see what you guys are saying, because I got it open on a tab. I don't have it printed off or anything. Let's see here. Yeah. I mean, this one's an obvious one, right? Like the first one was like, oh, Will's Portatio, Hawkstab. Yeah, I got to get in on that. But like this is like definitely the most obvious one. Let's try. It's interesting trying to figure out where he positions his lines, because like they do a lot of like him and Will, so they both do a lot of short lines. They don't do big sweeping lines. And they don't always 100% connect up. There's some similarities there. Of course, Will seems to be much more like jazz almost about it, where he's like, he seems to just be kind of flying all over the place, whereas Keown seems much more planned out. This is the problem. I got to look at I got to stop and just look at the picture, come back, ink it a little bit, look at the picture. Live face. I'm not going to try and get every single line right, but I want to try and get an approximation, and that doesn't require getting some, just I don't know. Some of them have to be the right lines. I've got a pretty thick one under here. Yeah. Yeah, this is I'm not gonna say it's harder than I thought it'd be. I knew it'd be hard, but it's hard different than I thought it would be, I guess. It's interesting because a lot of it does seem to be, since it does mostly seem to be planned out the way Dale Keown draws. This is, speaking as somebody who's, not actually watching him draw, I'm just kind of looking at his lines and interpreting it. So he seems to be very meticulous about the pencil lines, but the ink lines sometimes it seems like he just goes. He doesn't. I don't know how slow he's taking these lines. It doesn't seem all that slow. You see some guys and they're like, it's like, holy shit, how do you ever get anything done? But his seem to be fairly quick. So I wonder why he doesn't draw more, unless he just doesn't want to. Oh no, I'm not doing thumbnails. That's right. But yeah, these seem like very quick lines that he does, like for these kinds of shadows. So I always assumed that it was he takes too long to produce a page, but I don't know if that's the case. Yeah, that seems to be the feel, is just short lines, quickly done. Yeah, like this part here is like almost a scribble. That's how he does that part, roughly. Oh, absolutely, man. Yeah, I'll do that. You have your contact information on your you know what, if you you've got my email. And yes, I do have your email address. That's right. Okay, I can do that. Yeah. That should be a thick line theoretically. The heck is with these shadows? I don't get these. Okay, so these aren't quite right, but that's okay. I have to be willing to accept on these. It's like, okay, I'm not going to draw Dale Keown exactly, like a Dale Keown version of Hard exactly, and I have to be able to live with that. It's like I think I can do that if I'm able to keep some perspective a little bit. The deadline for the Blood Force issue? I mean, I don't really have one because I don't have anything set up yet for publishing. Nothing concrete anyway. We're kind of we had an initial meeting, or I had an initial meeting with a publisher, and that's really all it's been so far. Where it's like, okay, we'd like to do this, and it's like, cool, I would like to do that too. Thank you. But yeah, so I actually am meeting with them again tomorrow morning, and we've got some ideas for. We're going to talk about doing lettering and coloring, that kind of thing, and because they've offered to help me out on that, which I appreciate. So, not to minimize your offer. Absolutely, I would love to see how that looks. But shoot, I'm losing track here of how this actually goes. So that's there. So that should be like that. So there should be a thing there. What is this muscle? That's a good question. So yeah, and I'm sure during the course of that meeting, we'll talk. I mean, it will probably come up. The idea of publishing, and we can discuss that further. But in the meantime, it's just I'm trying to keep on the 1 page a week schedule, or better if I can. Just to keep myself producing pages. Because, like, why not, right? Because whether this works or not, I hope it will, but you never know. I mean, so if I'm continue producing pages while we're talking, then even if it falls through, I'll still have like 3 issues that I can take to somebody. It just seems like a smart idea to just keep going with it. This is an odd thing because Keown, because I'm copying off of Keown in this, heart actually looks smaller than when I do them. Because Keown does it more in proportion. Like he does the Hulk more in proportion than I draw hard, which is funny. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like, you know, I'm sure I'll be able to get it published at some point. I'm quite sure. I think it's good enough for that. It's just a matter of, you know, if it's not there just yet, building up the fan base more, so I can do like a Kickstarter or something maybe. He had some ripped clothing in this, doesn't he? So I can write. Trying to figure out how Dale Keown does ripped clothing is kind of mind-boggling, actually. And the reason the thing is ripped here is because I didn't want to block this shoulder off with a gigantic pad coming over here. At some point, there will be a costume redesign. Probably pretty soon, actually. Like, well, by soon, I mean like, a couple of years from now when I'm on issue like 7 or whatever. But at that point there will be no more shoulder pads for Hart, I think. This gets tough because like he doesn't solely use pen and ink. He also uses like Copics, I think. And I'm not going to try that. So I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this neck stuff. Like doing the Keown neck stretchies straight from Keown is fucking baffling. Sure. I don't know. Kind of. Yeah. I think that's about right. This is the stuff where it's just like, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing. Like I can kind of see it, but it's actually quite difficult to even make out lines. It's like, no. He's like a striation savant. What we're doing? Kinda, not really. That does not look the same. Okay. You can stop worrying about it, I guess. This is what is this called? This is the cheap stuff. They should say on here, shouldn't they? Canson, I think. Yeah. So this is Canson comic book artboard, which I have like 3 or 4 books of, because it was what I bought at first. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have comic book board forever. And then you get used to using it. It's like, this comic book board isn't that great, but that's okay. I know how to use it. And then like I tried something else, which was like the Strathmore stuff. Even like the stuff I use is the Strathmore 200 for the comic. And after that, it's like, oh, I see the difference now. Okay. But like this is much toothier, I suppose, which I'm actually not a fan of for this kind of thing. Well, particularly for this where I'm doing like Keown. Because I don't know, it makes the brush pen lines rougher, and the microns are a little tougher to catch on everything, or to just like get a smooth line out of. I suppose is more accurate. I don't like how that one looks. Like even the Strathmore 200, it's like a bit more expensive than the Canmore stuff or Canson, but the difference is quite a bit. So I would definitely recommend using that instead. Oh, that's not that. Yeah, all right. Try to get a little bit of the shoulder, and then maybe call it a stream here. Now, I put rags where all the rocks are perched on his shoulder here. Oh well. This is like the heart of the Dale Keown inking right here, is the opposing hatching lines. Oh. Go this way. And then we get another bunch going this way. See, it looks just like Dale Keown. It actually kind of does a little bit. But yeah, the very tight hatching has always appealed to me with Dale Keown. It's a shame he doesn't get more stuff out. By which I mean any stuff apart from covers. Drawing comics just doesn't seem to be his thing, unfortunately. Just making cool images, which I suppose is something. Yeah. Oop. Got my screen going dark for a second there. Okay, yeah, I could use something to eat, to be honest. Again, almost 5 hours straight. There you go. I'm gonna have to try and remember. I'll try and put a little bit, because on the original, he is also got ripped pants, so we'll do that too. I was kind of thinking of having like the pad hanging off him here. I don't know if that's necessary. If you do the rip knee too, I think that's probably good enough. I think I like the idea more that he just broke a building on himself. So, injured his pants and his shirt, but maybe not his nose. See, if he has a bloody nose, is he truly hard? Yeah. Yeah. I think I'll probably try and keep it as close to the original as I can, because stuff like having the plate instead of hair and not having pupils, it does take it away a bit from the original, which probably isn't the worst thing, but like the style difference is already enough that it's a bit of a departure. So I don't know. Probably try and keep it as close as I can outside of the costume change. But yeah, so I will call that a day, I think. That was kind of a productive day. Shit, that's cool. All right. Well, thank you guys for sticking around. I appreciate it. Gonna find somebody else to watch slowly draw things. Thank you. I think it's coming along okay. There's parts that are of this that are kind of falling up. I don't know. I thought I would be able to get it closer to the original, but so apparently it's a little tougher to draw like Dale Keown than I thought. I guess who would have thought that, right? But I will definitely shoot you over a page there. I can just like send you this one here if you want. That works. Yeah, and see what you come up with. But yeah, I'll take off. I'm gonna get food. Thanks again, guys. I'll see you guys next week. Bye bye.